Well, good wet morning to everybody. Welcome to the Sioux County Fair. Wouldn't be the Sioux County Fair if we didn't have mud. And so we want to welcome you to our 2023 Beef Show. We are starting today with our cow-calf pairs. That is a separate piece of paper. We have extra programs up here if you need some. And we will move right along. Our judge today is J.T. Weber. He is from Lake Benton, Minnesota, graduated from SDSU with an animal science degree. He is a licensed order buyer through Pipestone Livestock, where he is also an auctioneer. JT's wife, Luann, along with their sons, Jake, Garrett, and Matt, are involved in an Angus and Sim Angus seed stock operation. They also have 3 daughters, Liz, Maria, and Sarah, who also were quite active in the operation as they grew up. Let's welcome JT to the Sioux County Fair with a round of applause.
Well, I'd like to thank you for inviting me here today. Wonderful rain that we had. Fortunately, we had that same rain up in our neck of the woods, and it was very welcome. And so it's a good day for a cattle show. I'm going to start out. I think I need to start with the heifer, with the pair that offers me more balance. I really appreciate the balance that this female shows me in terms of the way she puts together some femininity up through her head and neck, and also I like the way she's pulled apart more in her skeleton, especially up wide out of her spine. She shows me some rib width in the middle. She shows me some width in her chest floor, some pin width. I appreciate that about her. I really appreciate this female, her her calf that she's showing here too, highly presented. Calf's offering me a lot of quality, and I appreciate the way that, in a lot of ways, it's always interesting in the cattle industry the way that calf will come back to its mother. This mother really hits you with a lot of eye appeal and balance and femininity, and her calf's right there showing that femininity along with her. I also like her feet and legs. I like she's got ample bone. She stands on a good foot. She gets out and moves well. Not to take anything away from the second pair in this class, but in order to compete with the pair above them, I'd just like to see her more pulled apart, down and along, especially up high, out of her spine. I'd like to see more natural skeletal width in order to compete with that pair that stood above her. The young man's doing a good job showing that heifer calf there too. And again, I think they'll go on to be a good project for both of these young showmen, and appreciate them being here. Thank you.
In our first class is our cow-calf pairs. In first place went to Carly Seabright, second Reagan Tiedemann, and they are also champion and reserve champion. Entering the ring next will be our first year feeder calf heifer class, the winter-born class 1.
Well, we're going to have four classes of feeder heifers. I chose to start with the heifer here, perhaps giving up a little bit of performance, but we're trying to project them out into the future, and I believe she's the female that in the feeder heifer class here that offers us the most punch. And when I say punch, I mean that she has more skeletal width. I like the way this heifer, I think she's got a bright future ahead of her. I like the way she's made in terms of the way she's showed me some genuine width behind her shoulder. She carries that width out to her pin bones. When I get behind her, those pin bones are placed wide and they go into some true muscle shape back in her quarter. I think she's going to go on to be an excellent feeder heifer. I like her feet and legs. I think she's certainly adequate in terms of her feet and legs, substance of bone, and I just see this heifer as having the most future as a feeder heifer in this class. It gets relatively close after that. We've got a couple of similar made heifers in second and third. Both the heifers offer me some qualities. There's some things I like about them in terms of they've got some look, they've got some future to them, but they just are a little flatter made, a little flatter rib, a little flatter muscle than that heifer that we chose to start with. The young lady's got a nice baldy heifer here in fourth. In terms, the reason it was close here again, but I just perhaps like to clean her up a little bit in her front end. But I see some things I really like about her. I like her muscle. I like the way she's showing me some muscle down along her top, through her loin. When I get around behind her, I think she's going to make a good feeder heifer. But in order to compete with the three that stood above her, I'd just like to balance her out a little better. Thank you.
In our first class of first-year feeder calf heifers, the winter-born, first place went to Kale Smith, second, Grayson Coonan. Receiving blues, Taya Post and Dawson Coonan. Entering the ring next will be our class 2 of our first-year feeder calf heifers, winter-born.
Okay, I see some differences in these heifers. I see advantages to both of them, but I chose to go with the black heifer because I feel she's a little more quality in terms of I like the way through her front end, the way she's through her head, through her top of her in through her brisket area. She's more cleaned up in through there. She shows me ample amount of muscle as she walks away, but not to take anything away from this Hereford heifer. I like to, if I could clean her up a little bit in her tail head, perhaps clean her up a little bit through her throat, dewlap, and brisket in that area. But I thought it was very close between both these two heifers, and both a high quality set of heifers. And I would grant the advantage in substance of bone to the Hereford heifer, standing on a little more foot and standing on a little more bone. And I appreciate about her very good Hereford heifer there in second too. Two high quality heifers in that class.
In our second class of first-year feeder calf heifers, Winterborn, first place went to Carly Seabrandt, second, Riley Schmidt. Entering the ring now will be our third class of first-year feeder calf heifers, the Winterborn.
Okay, projecting these feeder heifers into the future, I chose to go with the heifer that I thought offered the most quality today. I thought she balances up best in terms of her structural correctness, in terms of her rib shape, in terms of her overall quality. I think she really balances up. Her front 1/3 fits her middle 1/3, fits her back 1/3. She kind of blends together in that shoulder, does a lot of good things. She's a female that I think as time goes on, she shows me enough skeletal width and she stands wide enough at the ground that I think she'll certainly grow into an excellent prospect feeder heifer for this young lady. And second, I chose to go with the heifer that offered the most muscle in terms of, I like the way she's made when I get around behind her. I just like to clean her up in her structure. I like to make her stronger in her top and clean her up in that tail head somewhat. Take that shoulder and blend it in a little bit smoother. But again, the young lady's got a heifer that, in terms of a feeder heifer, showing some muscle, some bone, a lot of positives in this heifer, and I think she'll go on to make a good feeder heifer also. The young lady in third, again, in this particular class, I think that's a good place for her to land. I'd like to fix her up somewhat in her hip. I'd like to take that from her hip, from her hooks to her pins, and just make it a little leveler, get her, kind of change her a little bit in her skeletal makeup in terms of her hip. But again, a good heifer. That the positives in her is she does offer that width, skeletal width, and she does offer that muscle that we're looking for in a feeder heifer, along with some bone, high quality. Young lady that in fourth here, in this heifer, I'd just like to change her structure. I'd like to extend her, clean her up a little bit in that neck, and just make her blend together a little smoother. But again, we appreciate her being out here today and a good set of feeder heifers here today. Thank you.
In our third class of first-year feeder calf heifers, the Winterborn, first place went to Skylar Schmidt. Second, Braylee Claveringa, receiving blues. Ryden Claveringa and McKenna Claveringa. Entering the ring next will be our class 4 of our feeder calf heifers.
Attended into the barn after the fourth class of feeder heifers, we will need our first and second place feeder heifers to the north end of the show ring to come back in for the choosing of the champion heifers.
All right, in this particular class, I chose to go with a female that I think has more future here again today. As I studied these two heifers, she's certainly little more growth, a little more extension. I think as time goes on, this female will she'll turn out to be a good feeder heifer in terms of, as I get around behind and I look at her down her top, right behind her shoulder, she's got adequate muscle. She's got, as I look at her rear quarter and down through her stifle, she's just fine in terms of muscling, and appreciate that about her. She stands on a good set of feet and legs. She's got ample bone, and I think a heifer that deserves to win this class. In second place, if I could change anything about this heifer, perhaps a little moderate framed, a little quick. I question perhaps if she'll, I'd just like to see a little more extended growth in her. Also, not to be too critical of her, I mean, she does a lot of things right in terms of muscle, and she's certainly an easy keeping kind of female, but I'd like to kind of loosen her up in her structure too. I read her as being a little straight in that shoulder, a little straight in that knee. If we could lay her back in her blade and kind of give it from that knee down to that pastern, I'd like to change that about her. But again, a female that I think she's an easy keeping, highly muscled kind of a heifer that will go on to, when she gets finished, I think she'll have a carcass at a rail, a lot of edible product. I think that she'll be an easy keeping, easy finishing kind of heifer.
In our last class of first-year feeder calf heifers, first place went to McKenna Claveringa and second, Brody Emmelkamp. We will now be bringing in our first and second place feeder heifers for the choosing of the champion and reserve champion feeder calf heifers. In our first class, first was Kale Smith. In our second class, first was Carly Seabrandt. In our third class, first was Skylar Schmidt, and in class 4, first went to McKenna Claveringa.
Okay, at this time I'll select your champion feeder heifer. As we looked at these 4 classes today, I tried to take the heifer out of each class that I thought offered the most balance. And by balance, I mean more than just balance in terms of a side profile, in terms of does their front fit their middle, does it fit their third, but also a lot of other things involved in balance in terms of skeletal width, muscle, structural correctness, A lot of things go into that term balance, I think. And I'm going to go out here today and try to select the female out there that I think offers the most quality and the most balance of all the traits, including, like I said, structural correctness, muscle, all those things that go into a good female. And also, a feeder heifer class, they need to have certainly adequate muscle so that when they go to the rail, they will hang a high yielding carcass, and that's very important.
Our champion feeder heifer was exhibited by Skylar Schmidt. Our reserve, Carly Seabrandt.
Attention in the beef barn. We are now starting our steer feeder calf. When one of our steer feeder calves will be entering the ring. Our first call for class 2 feeder
Okay, these are both bull calves here. We're going to choose to go with the shorthorn bull in terms of, I like the way that he lays his tail head in there a little square and a little more correctly back there between his pin bones, and he's a little more relaxed in his top line through his loin, and that enables him to just be a little more structurally correct. So I'm going to go with him in this class today. They're both bull calves. We got a March and an April. The young man showing the Hereford, got a good bull there, a lot of future to him. We got ample bone on him and everything. I just like to relax him in that loin area, and I'd like to tie him in a little tighter in that tail head, make him a little square and a little truer in that tail head region in order to move him up today. But a good close class here today, pair of bull calves, and I think they both got a good future to them.
In our first class of feeder steers, first place went to Grayson Coonan. Second, Brandon Smith. Entering the ring now is our second class of feeder male or steer calves.
Attention in the gate barn, second call for class 3 of the feeder steer. Second call
All right, we have an excellent place to start here. Here's a bull that really puts things together for me here today. In terms, we talked about balance, where we want that skeletal width, and that enables these cattle to, when they have that width up high and they have it in their rib, in their center, and they have it down at the ground, that good base width, that enables them to house all the things that they need to house in order to survive out there in the real world. And I think this bull does that in a good way. Certainly showing me the skeletal width, certainly showing me ample muscle. When I think about him in terms of skeletal correctness, he stands on a correct set of feet and legs, ample set of feet and bones. I really like his rear leg set. I like the way that he gives from that hock down to that pastern, gets out and takes a good step. Just a real powerhouse kind of a bull calf with a tremendous future and a good place to start this class. Young lady's got another bull calf in second that I like him a lot too. He really gets out and he covers his tracks. By that I mean when he picks up that front foot, he reaches with that back foot and pretty much puts it in that same track. That shows you that he's skeletally correct. He really, and as you go ahead and move him forward, he moves pretty straight and true as he goes on ahead. And also he balances up that I think down the road that he's going to mature into a bull that's going to throw some good progeny, in that he has a lot of quality to him in terms of muscle and skeletal correctness. The young lady's got a really stout kind of a calf right here, really easy fleshing kind, really easy keeping kind, but perhaps this might like to see a little more growth, a little more extension in order to compete with the two that stood above her. But she, again, has a lot of rib shape, and I appreciate that about her. Really easy fleshing kind. Thank you.
In Class 2, receiving first, McKenna Claveringa. Second, Ryden Claveringa, receiving a blue, Brody. Entering the ring now will be our last class of feeder calf male or steer, Class 3.
Attention please, Barn. We will need our first and second place class winners on the north end of the building to come in for the champion, reserve champion, feeder calf, steer class.
All right, and our feeder steers and males, again, tried to get the cattle that surfaced with the most overall balance in terms of all the things that we need to in the beef industry in order to make them, what I say, when you get them out of the show ring and they need to be turned out into the real world, they need some punch to them, they need that skeletal width, they need a lot of things going for them in order to house all those organs and function when the weather gets cold and all the things that this beefer needs to put up with. So that's why I like to select cattle that balance in all the areas. And I think I'm going to select a champion here today, and I think he really does that well.
We will now be starting our breeding beef, our breeding heifer class. Once again, our judge today is J.T. Weber. He is from Lake Benton, Minnesota, graduated from SDSU with an animal science degree. He is a licensed order buyer through Pipestone Livestock, where he is also an auctioneer. JT's wife, Luann, along with their sons, Jake, Garrett, and Matt, are involved in an Angus and semi-Angus seed stock operation. They have 3 daughters, Liz, Maria, and Sarah, who are also quite active in the operation. Thank you for coming, JT. Let's welcome him to our Breeding Beef Show. In the ring now, we have our first class of breeding heifers. It's our Angus purebred breeding heifers.
All right, in the Angus breeding heifers, they'll bring in the breeds all at once, so you'll have some variation in age here. Got a February and a January and then a September. But I feel we've got an excellent place to start with this heifer in first here. What I've been talking about in terms of balancing up, in terms of skeletal width, in terms of structural correctness, in terms of femininity, I think she really puts all those things together. Extremely good heifer, good footed. I like her toe size. I like the way she, a good high quality heifer through and through. I really like the way when I get back behind her, she really wide through that pin set, carries it down through her hock, travels straight. Just a heifer offers a lot of value. Next, not to take anything away from this heifer, but in order to compete with a heifer that stood above her, I just like she's a little flatter made in relation to that heifer that stood above her. And when I talk about that, I mean like her rib shape coming out of her spine and down lower in her rib. I just like to pull her apart a little more as compared to the heifer that stood above her. Also, I'd like to relax her a little bit, kind of change that hock set a little bit. As she walks away from you, she tends to want to hock in, tends to kind of want to dish in as she walks away. So I'd like to just clean her up in her movement on those hind legs. Young lady got a good September heifer here. A lot of value in this heifer, but I'd like to change her a little bit in her top line when she tends to want to relax that top a little more than I'd like to. And also when she, in terms of her hock set, perhaps a little more set than what you'd really like. I'd like to kind of clean up that hock a little bit and strengthen her, especially right behind her shoulder. I'd like to strengthen her and make her a little straighter in that top. But again, young lady got a good female here. She has a lot of good qualities in terms of a feminine kind of a female that's standing on ample bone, and I certainly appreciate that about her.
In our first class of Angus breeding heifers, first place went to Kelsey Ullman. Second, Danica Post, receiving a blue Braley Claveringa. Entering the ring now is our Charlet purebred breeding heifer.
Attention in the meat barn, second call for Hereford Old purebred heifers. Second call for Hereford Old purebred heifers. First call for Lynn Fleck purebred heifers. First call for Lynn Fleck breeding heifers. And first call for our main Angus breeding heifers.
All right, it's a privilege to be able to look at cattle like this. As I evaluate this heifer, I find a tremendous amount of good in her in terms of overall balance, in terms of the things we're talking about, putting together that punch and that power that she's going to need when she gets out in the real. There's going to come a day when you're going to take the halter off of her, and she's going to need to survive out in the real world, and I think she'll do just fine because she's got all the things she needs to house all those organs, to handle that muscle. She's extremely correct comes on an extremely correct set of feet and legs. I love the way she angles in her blade. I love the way she gives in her knee. She gets out and she's really flexible. Just a tremendous amount of good in her that way. I love the way she balances up in terms of from her foreflank to her rear flank. how straight she is there, and just gives you a lot of things that really to like about that heifer, and I think a tremendous future for that Charlet heifer.
Exhibiting our champion Charlet was Connor Ullman. Entering the ring now will be our Kiania breeding heifer.
Tremendous amount of quality here again in this key heifer. She blends a lot of things together in terms of I like her width, I like her depth. Not to be getting super critical on her, but perhaps like to see her lay that tail head just in a little square, a little more correctly in between her pins there. But that's getting pretty critical of a good heifer. Also, as she moves away from me, perhaps as I see her track away from me, those legs just to be a little truer, a little more coordinated as she walks away from me. She tends to want to kind of bring those back feet together as she walks away from me, but that's getting pretty critical of a real good heifer that has a great future. Good key heifer there.
Exhibiting our Kiania heifer today was Mason Rosabone. Entering the ring now will be our purebred Hereford heifer.
Attention in the East Barn, second call, Lynn Flex, breeding heifer. Second call, Lynn Flex, breeding heifer. Second call, Maine Angus, breeding heifer. Second call, Maine Angus, breeding heifer. First call, Maintainer, breeding heifer. First call,
All right, just a single entry in the horned Herefords, but a powerful kind of a female. Young man says she's coming with a January baby. Like a lot of things about her, stands on an excellent set of feet and legs, gets out and moves well. Got some nice, has a good. I like her foot size. I like the way she's made there. Perhaps again, to be critical, perhaps clean her up a little bit in her front 1/3 in terms of perhaps a little cleaner neck through her throat, and probably clean her up through her throat, dewlap and brisket. But again, a female that I think offers this young man a lot of quality, a lot of future. She does a lot of things right in terms of the way she puts together quite a bit of power, quite a bit of rib shape, and I appreciate that about her.
Exhibiting a Hereford purebred was Kale Smith. Entering the ring now will be our Hereford polled breeding heifers.
We do have a second entry coming in. So as soon as that entry gets in here, then we'll go from there. Thank you. Okay, I think there's a lot of give and take in this class. I see some advantages to both of them. The advantage that I'm going to give to this heifer up front, I think she's probably a heifer that blends together and shows more overall quality. She blends in better in her shoulder. I like that about her. Perhaps she balances up better as you look at her. Does her front third fit, her middle third fit, her back third? I think she does a little better job of that. So we're going to go ahead and use her. I would grant an advantage in width to that heifer that stood second to her. The heifer that stood second to her, in terms of her toe set, I would just like to put a little more heel on her and change that the way the front toes are made on her. But again, a female that I think will go on and make a good cow. But I chose to go with the heifer today in a close placing that I think just offers more overall balance, perhaps some more smoothness as you look at her from the side, and moves on a more correct set of feet and legs.
In our polled heifer breeding class, our first place went to Riley Smith, our second to Allison Lusink. Entering the ring now is our Limflex breeding heifer class.
Attention in the beef barn. Second call, maintainer purebred breeding heifer. Second call, maintainer purebred breeding heifer. First call for the mini Herbert breeding heifer. First call for the purebred mini Herbert heifer.
Okay, a high quality single entry here, a Limflex heifer. Really appreciate the power that this heifer shows me in terms of the way she's pulled apart up high in her spine and her center rib, and she also shows me some width as you get her to the ground. Perhaps a heifer that I know on these breeding heifers sometimes it can be hard to keep them from getting over conditioned. I think she's kind of pushing that envelope in terms of you're seeing some fat up around her tail head, but perhaps try to trim her up a little bit. Also being super critical of a really good heifer, but as she walks away from you, she turns to paddle in on those hind legs as she walks away from you. Like to correct that on her too, but not to take anything away from a high quality, high powered kind of a Limflex heifer that I think can do a lot of good in the industry.
Exhibiting our Limflex purebred breeding heifer was Ryden Claveringa. Entering the ring now, we will be on our main Angus purebred breeding heifer.
Attention in the beef barn. Second call, mini Herbert breeding heifers, the purebred. Second call, mini heifer, purebred breeding heifer.
Okay, just a single entry in the Maine Angus heifers. She's a May. What I like about this heifer is the way she side profiles. I mean, she really silhouettes pretty in terms of showing me some femininity, in terms of showing me straightness of lines, in terms of giving in her knee. I appreciate all those things about her. Not to be too critical again, but if I could change something about this heifer, perhaps give her a little more skeletal width all the way through, up high and down low, and just make her a little wider made kind of a female. But in terms of offering me femininity, a good side profile, she certainly does all those things, and a heifer that I think offers a bright future for this young lady too.
Exhibiting our Maine Angus breeding heifer was Carly Sybrant. Entering the ring now is our maintainer breeding heifer.
Attention in the beef barn. Second call, shorthorn purebred breeding heifers. Second call, shorthorn breeding heifers. First call, shorthorn plus breeding heifers. First call, shorthorn plus.
Just a single entry in the maintainer, super long-sided, super attractive kind of a female. Whoa.
Attention boys and kids. CFE is up here handing out goodies for the multi-purpose building. They will only be here until about 11 o'clock. So you got about 10 more minutes to come
Well,
get
that'll-
the goodies. For each and SFA members, you guys can come to the multi-purpose building and get some goodies. They got pockets, sunglasses, and other different things. They'll only be here for about another 10 minutes.
Okay, young man is doing a super job. And sometimes when you're working with animals, we never know what they're going to do. But I think this young man, he had a big smile on his face coming in here and doing a super job. And sometimes we don't know how they're going to react. But as I was saying, she's a long-bodied kind of super attractive kind of female. What I do to change about this heifer, she tends to get a little tight in her movement. I'd like to see her reach a little more in those hind legs. I'd like to change her skeletal makeup a little bit in order to free her up and make her a little freer moving, a little longer track kind of a heifer. But again, when she stops, like right there, and shows her silhouette and her femininity and her neck and the way that neck comes high into her shoulder, she has a lot of good things to offer this young man. And I look forward to him keeping her hopefully in his herd and raising some good progeny out of her down the road. Good work.
Exhibiting our maintainer was Charlie Rokusek. Entering the ring now is our mini Herefords purebred breeding heifers.
Attention in the beef barn. Second call, Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. Second call, Shorthorn Plus breeding heifers. First call, Simmental breeding heifers. First call, Simmental breeding heifers.
Okay, in the mini Hereford heifers, I think we got an easy place to start on this particular class, and the heifer that blends together the most of the best in terms of, again, her skeletal width, in terms of her correctness, in terms of her pin width, her base width at the ground, the way her spine comes out, her rib comes high out of her spine up top. She maintains that width through the center portion of her rib. Appreciate that about her. Balances up, walks out on a great set of feet and legs, really tracks well. Okay, the heifer in second, in order to compete with the heifer that stood above her. Now, when I talk about balance, does the front 1/3 fit the middle 1/3, fit the back 1/3? I think here's a heifer here that we'd like to change her somewhat in the back 1/3 to get her to balance up with the rest of her. Also, as I see that heifer walk away, I'd like to just make her more coordinated, a little more relaxed on her pasture, and move out a little truer and freer on those hind legs as she moves away from me. But again, the young man a lot of good in this heifer again. I mean, she's a female that showed me some femininity. She's a female that's got ample bone on her, like that about her. And we wish all the best in this young man with his project as he moves forward.
In our mini Hereford breeding heifer class, first place went to Allison Lusink, second Sean Lusink. Entering the ring next will be our Shorthorn purebred breeding heifer. We will not be having a Shorthorn. This is our Shorthorn Plus class.
Attention in the beef barn, second call, Simmental breeding heifers. Second call, Simmental breeding heifers. First call, Simmental foundation heifers. First call, Simmental foundation heifers.
Okay, on the Shorthorn Plus heifer, a heifer that shows me a lot of power, I like that about her, some depth of body, she shows me some width. Perhaps if to get critical of her, I'd like to clean her up and extend her a little bit in that neck, in terms of just a little cleaner, a little longer neck kind of female, if I could change that about her. And also, young man, if you want to lead her out of the ring, I would like to perhaps have a little more coordinated in those hind legs as she moves out. She tends to kind of get a little under herself and kind of a female that just show her moving a little freer and easier and less restricted off the hind legs today. But again, a female that I think shows a lot of power, and I appreciate that about her, a lot of depth and spring of rib.
Exhibiting our Shorthorn Plus breeding heifer was Kaysen Van Briesen. Entering the ring now is our Simmental, the 87% and higher purebred breeding heifer.
All right. Here's just a single entry in the purebred Simmental. She's in November, and she's coming with a baby. The young lady tells me like next month, so she won't be able to make the state fair. And that's unfortunate because a very good heifer offers a lot of really positive things to me. When I stand back and view her from the profile, I really admire her, the way she puts everything together, that smooth shoulder, that balance, that tail head, that head and neck, really gives you a lot of things to like about her. And when you get around behind her, you're not disappointed either, because that she's a female that's showing me certainly adequate width in terms of skeletal width. Certainly her pin width is right there. She really comes down from that extended pin width, and she's just showing me a lot of positives about her, a lot of width of center rib also. If I could, to be critical of her, and again, a very, very good heifer, hard to raise these kind, but perhaps as you get behind her and you watch her walk away, she tends to want to kind of paddle in a little bit on those hind legs, but that's getting really critical of a high quality heifer. And I wish this lady all the best, young lady all the best when she calves next month. I'll bet she has a good one.
In our Simmental 87% and up class, this breeding heifer was exhibited by McKenna Claveringa. Our next class is our Simmental Foundation, the 50 to 86% class.
Attention in the beef barn, second call for our breeding heifers grade. Second call for our breeding heifers grade. After the breeding heifer grade class, we will need our first and second place winners to the north end of the show ring to come in for our choosing of the champion breeding and reserve champion breeding heifer
Okay, there's some give and take on the top here. I chose to go with the heifer that I think today offers the most of the best. I see her as being the most structurally correct, the best on the move, balances up, really gives me tremendous amount of femininity, quality, appreciate that about her. Perhaps like to see, again, you're giving up some power here, I see that. And also, but I just think that the heifer just offers me so much quality from end to end in terms of all the balanced things that we talked about. But I will grant and immediately realize this heifer in second showing more power. And I've been talking about power all day, and I realize that she has that advantage. But I see, and she has more substance of bone too. But when we're trying to put together the whole picture in terms of structural correctness, femininity, all those things that we're looking for in a female, I gave the nod to the other heifer, but granting and immediately realizing that this heifer is very, very powerful, very wide made, very big rib, and love that about her. The heifer coming up, we've got 2 Februaries to start, 2 Aprils in 3rd and 4th. This 3rd place heifer, very good female, got in a tough class, offering a lot of good to me today. I think she has a tremendous future. I like the way she's put together. I think she too moves on an excellent set of feet and legs, and I really appreciate that about her, and I think she has a very bright future. The heifer coming up in 4th, another April, just got in a very tough class, but in order to compete with the heifers that stood above her, I'd like to make her more structurally correct, just a little freer and more fluid on the move. As we see her move away from me, I like to kind of clean her up in that tail head, but definitely need to make her a little more coordinated on those hind legs in order to compete with the heifers that stood above her.
In our Scimitar Foundation, 50 to 86%. First place went to Isaac Schmidt. Second, Dawson Keenan. Receiving blues, McKenna Claveringa and Reagan Tiedemann. Entering the ring now is our breeding heifers grade class, our crossbred breeding heifers. After that, we will be choosing our champion and reserve champion breeding heifers.
Okay, and the commercial heifers, I think the heifer that we started off with offers the most of the best. I really admire right away the way this female hits you in terms of her balance when you look at her. She's a female that her neck ties high into her shoulder. I appreciate that about her. I appreciate the way her blades is laid in at the right angle. It enables her knee to give and to flex. When you see this heifer get out and walk, she's able to pick up that knee and move, and I like that about her. And I think she's standing on, plenty of ample amount of bone. And just a heifer that puts together the most of the best today. You can go ahead and lead her out. The heifer, the powerhouse heifer in the class, obviously is coming next. But what I need to change about her, I see her getting a little straight in that knee, little straight in that shoulder and knee. I'd just like to see her move a little more correctly in terms of that. In terms of her front leg, I'd like to clean up that brisket if I could on her a little bit. But again, the positives. She talked about a powerhouse kind of a female that shows a tremendous amount of rib shape, genuine rib shape, genuine depth. That'd be her. Really powerful female in second. Coming in third, we've got a female that, again, some things that you like about her. She's certainly a long-sided kind of a female that gives you a pretty darn good look. But again, I would like to just relax her a little bit in that knee, perhaps clean her up a little bit in that brisket too. Small things, but you have to sort them, and that's what I would change about her. But again, I think you got a good future with that heifer, young man, and take good care of her. The heifer coming in fourth, I like this heifer in the terms of the way that her neck comes into her shoulders. She really kind of a flashy, showy kind of a heifer. But again, I would just like to see more genuine width, especially when I get around behind her, that pin width. I just like to pull her apart and just see more genuine skeletal width, perhaps level her out over that from her hooks to her pins a little bit that way too.
In our crossbred breeding heifers, or the class called Breeding Heifers Grade, first place went to Kale England, second Grayson Coonan. Receiving blues, McKenna Claveringa and Brody Hoyer. We will now be bringing in our first place breeding heifers for the choosing of our champion breeding heifer. Exhibiting our Angus breed, our first place winner was Kelsey Ullman. Our Charlet, Connor Ullman. Our Kiania, Mason Rosenbaum. Our Hereford, Cale Smith. Our Hereford Polled, Riley Smith. Our Limb Flex, exhibited by Ryden Claveringa. Our main Angus, Carly Seabrandt. Our main Tainer, Charlie Rokusek. Our mini Hereford, Allison Lusink.
of all the days for that heifer to come into heat, huh? Young man's doing a great job. It's her day. She's in heat and she's acting that way.
Our Shorthorn Plus was exhibited by Kason Van Briesen. Our Simmental 87% and up is McKenna Klebringa. Our Simmental Foundation was Isaac Schmidt. And our crossbred or breeding heifers grade was Kale England. This is a wonderful group of breeding heifers. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Well, once we get them all lined up in order here, I'm not going to talk about every one of them again. I've already have, and I don't think that's necessary. But I'd like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for inviting me here today. I feel really privileged to be here. I feel like I've spent my life, my wife and I, raising kids in an animal agriculture beef environment, and I truly believe there's no better way to raise kids. And I fully believe there's a whole lot of parents here that agree with me on that we're teaching them the right things, we're heading them in the right direction. We want them to know about responsibility. We want them to know that nothing's handed to you, you have to earn it. And I think that's the lesson that we're teaching these kids in these beef projects, and I appreciate being here today, appreciate being among you people. Again, it'll be a privilege to pick your champion here today, and once I pick the champion, we'll pick the reserve. But before we do that, if we give each and every one of these exhibitors out here a round of applause for being the final drive. Thank you very much, and at this time, I'll go ahead and pick your champion. Charley was just a single entry, so there won't be one behind her. So at this time, I'll pick your reserve champion.
Attention on the fairgrounds. The livestock hunting contest will be held at 5 p.m. today in the show. All teams, please meet by the ring at 4:45 to select your number. If you have not signed up yet, please sign up at the extension office at 3 today. All ages are allowed to participate in the team or individual contest. We hope to see you at 5.
Exhibiting our champion breeding heifer was Connor Ullman with the Charolais breeding heifer. Our reserve champion breeding heifer was exhibited by Kelsey Ullman with her Angus. I have with me our two young ladies who are our rate of gain champions. Find your names so I say it right. Taylor, your calf gained 3.51 pounds per day. That's awesome. She will be our champion rate of gain. And Hadley, yours did 3.42. That's really good also. And you will be our reserve. Let's give our rate of gain winners a round of applause.
Findings are advanced feeder cattle exhibitors in the showroom, advanced feeder cattle
Right now, we have our advanced feeder cattle exhibitors in our show ring. Eric Axendorf is the one who was working with them and will give the results.
So we had 4 entries this year for the advanced cattle feeders. And how they're judged on their management, their record keeping, economy of gain, so cost of gain, also return per dollar invested. And all those carry a certain number of points. We take the projects to K&D to weigh them in the wintertime, and then we weigh them on Monday of the fair. And then also we appraise them based on their grade and market acceptability. And from there we judge them and place them from there. Now this year your grand champion is Allison and Megan Willinga. They had a pen of 3 of crossbred heifers. And then your reserve grand champion this year is the Rosenboom family. Clint, Caleb, and Colton, sorry. And then our other 2 participants were Angel Huseman and Mitchell Verberg.
entering the ring now is our senior beef showmanship class.
All right, this is senior showmanship. By now, each one of these individuals has had a lot of experience at the halter, so it comes down to the little things. I'm looking for the person that looks professional out there, that's focused, that obviously gets those feet and legs set up every time, that you can see they work like a team. You can see that they've just put in hours, countless hours, working with these cattle, and it shows once you get to that senior level. So you go on the little things, and it's been very tight. I made up my mind when I want to go. We're going to pick 3. We're going to pick the top 3. So what I'm going to do again, I commend each and every one of you for being out here. You could have just chose not to be out in showmanship, but here you are, and I appreciate that. And each and every one of you have done an excellent job, but it's my job to pick the top 3. And let's give them all a round of applause first for being out here. Like I say, great job, each and every one of you. But I'll go ahead and pick your first, second, and third in your senior showmanship. And congratulations to all of you.
Today we would like to honor a face that we are missing from the crowd. If you know Sioux County beef, you would likely know the name Mark Johnson. The loss of Mark Johnson in October of 2020 has been one of the most heartfelt losses in the cattle industry. Throughout the Midwest, it was felt deeply in the community. Mark was passionate about raising cattle and farming. Mark was active in the Sioux County and Plymouth County fairs. He was at one time a member of the Sioux County Fair Board. Mark loved showing and attending the Iowa State Fair. He went to the Iowa State Fair every single year and only missed twice at the ages of 2 and 3 years old. He loved working with livestock and youth exhibitors at the fair. Mark is survived by his wife of 36 years, Pam, his sons, Matt and Melissa Johnson of Garrettson, South Dakota, and Brad Johnson of Morris. Grandchildren, Harper K. Johnson and Sawyer Mark Johnson. The fair won't be the same without Mark's booming voice and watchful eye at the beef show. But we are excited to honor him today with the Senior Showmanship Traveling Trophy. Congratulations.
Our senior showmanship winner was McKenna Claveringa. Our second place, Haley Halverson. And third, Carly Seabrant. You are invited to participate in our super showmanship tomorrow. And We will now be bringing in our intermediate beef showmanship class.
At Edmund Beef Barn, intermediate beef showmanship class will be entering the ring. Intermediate beef showmanship class will be entering the ring. I will need our junior beef showmanship class to check in at the north end of the show ring. Our junior beef showmanship class will check in at the north end of the show ring.
again in your intermediate showmanship. Let's give them a big round of applause, if you would, please, for being out here. Not quite as much experience as the seniors, but yet enough experience that I'm sure that, again, countless hours that they've spent out here. Much like the seniors, I'm looking for somebody that looks professional to me. They're focused. They're aware of where those feet and legs are all the time. You can tell that when they walk them into place, they know where to stop them. They just do a really professional job. That's the way I look at it. And I'll do the same as in the seniors. I will go ahead and pick your top 3.
Our intermediate showmanship. First place went to Taylor Harvison, second Mason Rosenbaum, and third Josie Rukusek. With our junior showmanship, we are going to have 2 classes. So we will be bringing in our first class of junior showmanship.
Okay, now there's going to be 2 heats of the junior showmanship, and what we're going to do is we're going to pick 3 out of this class in no particular order, and then they'll come back in the final heat. We'll pick 3 more out of the next class in no particular order, and then they'll come back in the final heat, and we'll pick our top 3 from there. But again, I think at this time it'd be appropriate to give each and every one of these juniors a round of applause for being out here in showmanship. It's a good experience for them. They've all done very well as far as I'm concerned. But again, I would suggest as juniors, watching those seniors show is probably the best experience you're going to get, and try to imitate what they're doing. And there's no substitute for when you're at home. The more you work on them, the more you get them to naturally walk into place, and the more hours you spend, it's like anything else. You'll get out of it what you put into it. But to keep it simple, I'm going to pick these 3 right here. This young lady, and this young man are going to be coming back in no particular order. So that's the way we're going to do it. These 3 come back. And congratulations to the rest of you. Okay, so we have the second heat of the junior showmanship in front of us, and we'll do the same thing. We'll pick 3 in no immediate order, but again, I think it'd be appropriate to give them a big round of applause for getting out here and competing, if you would, please. Congratulations to all of you. But we'll keep it simple, and we're just going to pick 3 in no particular order. Be that young lady right here, I want you to come back. Young man, I want you to come back, okay, with the orange heifer. And young lady with the steer on the end. You 3 come back, okay? And congratulations to all of you. Okay, first of all, congratulations to you six. You each made it out to the final heat, so let's give them a big round of applause for making it this far. At this time, I'll pick your top 3 junior showmen. And again, I say that probably your best experience when you get to the state fair or wherever, just watch those seniors, learn from them, and put in your hours at home, and it'll pay off. But I'll go ahead and pick your top 3.
In our junior beef showmanship, first place went to Hadley Rosenbaum, second, Ryden Claveringat, and third, Braley Claveringat. We are now moving into our next section. We will be having our second year bucket bottle calf brought into the show ring. Our second year bucket bottle calves. First place went to Riley Baker and second, Ashlyn Baker. Entering the ring next will be our crossbred market heifer class.
Okay, in this first class of market heifers, this black heifer weighed 1040, and I'm going to give her the advantage today. We've been talking about skeletal width. We've been talking about that muscle down and behind their shoulder, down and along their top, out over their loin. Um, she also shows that muscle through her rear quarter, down through her stifle. I appreciate that about her. She's blended in pretty well in her shoulder, but just a good kind of a market heifer with a good future. She's only weighing 1040 today, so she's got a ways to go, but I think she's offering a lot of positives today in the market heifer division. Young man with the orange heifer, in order to compete with the black heifer that stood above her, just like to pull her apart in her skeleton. When I talk about that, I mean about up high, out of her spine, in the center of her rib, and then down low. I just like to see more base width. But again, the young man did a good job of showing her that heifer's got a lot of bone, a lot of growth, and it just needs more time and feed in order to finish the job on her. But a good job of showing her, and a nice heifer, young man.
In our first class of crossbred market heifers, first place went to Jackson Harmon, second, Charlie Rukusek. Entering the ring now is our shorthorn market heifer.
All right. Just a single entry in this market heifer class. She could have stood more competition. I think a heifer that she weighs 1148 today, I believe, so she got a ways to go. But again, she's coming along quite nicely. I think she blends and balances a lot of things together that I like in terms of her overall skeletal width. I like the way she stands with some width at the ground. She also bounces up pretty good very well from the side. And when I look down her top, she's got some meat and muscle behind that shoulder, and then it kind of wedges out over her hooks and pins and down through her quarter. So again, I think an excellent market heifer, and I think she could have stood some more competition today.
Exhibiting our shorthorn market heifer was Carter Hoyer. We will be bringing in our first place market heifers for the choosing of the champion market heifer. Entering the ring now are our market heifers for the choosing of our champion market heifers. Our first class crossbred, first place was Jackson Harmon, second was Charlie, and our market shorthorn was exhibited by Carter Hoyer.
Okay, in our market heifer division, we just had a single entry in the heavier class. The shorthorn heifer weighed 1140. And then in the lighter class, we had a 1040 and a 940. But I'll go ahead and select your champion market heifer for today, and then your reserve champion.
Our champion market heifer was exhibited by Carter Hoyer. Our reserve, Jackson Harmon. We will now be moving into our market steers with our Class 1.
Okay, in the lightweight class, they weigh in the 1,200-pound range. I'd have to look at the weights, but 12 and a quarter to 1275, somewhere in there. But I found a steer that I think needs to win this quite handily. Where he really wins it for me is when I get around behind him and I read his muscle. He has a lot of true muscle shape and dimension when you get behind his shoulder, and the way it wedges out wide into that hip. And you're not disappointed when you look at his pin bones, that width of that pin bones, and it carries down really expressively all the way to his stifle, up into his twist. Steer's got a lot of natural muscle and meat in him, along with a pretty darn good side profile and look to him. Like that steer a lot. Steer coming in second in terms of where he needs to change. You can go ahead and lead your shorthorn out, please. The steer coming in second in order to compete with the steer that stood above him. Just like to see more natural muscle expression down and along his top, and especially when I get his pin width and when I get around behind him, I just need more product there in order to compete with that red and white steer. The young lady coming in third, again, a good steer, but a little tied up in his flank, perhaps like a little restricted in his movement, kind of wants to get back on his heels a little bit, but the young lady has done an excellent job of feeding him and showing him, and we appreciate her being here, and a calf that she's done a lot of good work on today, and we appreciate that.
In our first class of market steers, first place went to Merritt Moss, second, Brody Hoyer, receiving a blue, Josie Rukusek. Entering the ring now will be our second class of market steers.
All right, let's put our hands together for a super set of steers and all the work that went with it. I found a place to start this class in the best balanced steer in terms of, I like the way that he offered the muscling with the skeletal width. What really won it for me is when I got behind him and I looked at his natural pin width and I followed it down, and he showed me that expressive muscle through his stifle, through his twist. Appreciate that about him. When I viewed him down his top, he had that wedge shape. He got progressively wider from his behind his shoulder back through where the expensive cuts are, the loin, and through his hip, and just a lot of product in that steer, and he puts it together in a really nice package. Excellent steer here in second too. The reason I got him in second is I thought he gave up muscle shape to the steer that stood above him, but in his own right, a super fluid moving kind of a steer, does a lot of things right, covered. You know, these steers weighed from 1330 to 1380, so they're right in a good weight spot to be right now. But an excellent, a lot of quality in that steer too. The steer ended up in third. I just needed to freshen him up, or more so, really change him. I should say mostly in his structure. He needs to move a lot freer and easier. Needs that blade changed in him. Got some structure issues, but again, the young lady's worked hard on him all year. I get that, and I appreciate her being here, and he does have some good in him. Just need to have him moving freer in order to compete with the two steers that stood above him.
In our second class of market steers, first place went to Haley Halverson, second, Braylee Claveringa, receiving a blue, Emily Vermeer. Entering the ring now will be our last class of market steers, our Class 3 market steer class.
Well, this is my idea of a good time. I mean, my goodness, it's fun to look at cattle like this. And what did it for me, I've talked about balance all day, and I think balance encompasses a lot of things, more than just their side profile and whether the front third fits the middle third, fits the back third. But let's talk about skeletal width. Let's talk about muscle. Let's talk about structural correctness. Let's talk about clean neck. Let's talk about a smooth shoulder. Let's just talk about all those things, and that's where he wins. He has the most balance in all of those categories, and I like him a lot. So we'll go ahead and use him to start the class. And next we've got that orange steer. Now that is one powerful individual, and I really appreciate that about him. But in terms where I think the black steer beats the orange steer is just the way he gets. He checks a few more of the boxes, handles that knee a little better. The way he goes from his knee to his pastern and that cannon bone and gives that slope and gets out and moves, I just had to use him. Awful good orange, very good orange steer right here. Like him a lot. But in order to compete with that black steer, perhaps clean him up in his neck a little bit, perhaps get him moving just a little freer off the front end. The young lady's got an excellent stock and footed steer here, but in this particular class, he needs to just relax on his joints, be a little more flexible, especially in those rear pasterns. I just needed to free him up back there. You can see he wants to get up on his toes when he moves, but again, a very attractive, very well presented. I cannot imagine the hours that young lady has put in on that steer, and I get it and I appreciate it, and nice work to you too.
In our last class of market steers, first place went to Hadley Rosenbaum, second, Taylor Halverson, receiving a blue Danica Post. We will now be bringing in our first and second place steer classes for the choosing of our champion market steer. Coming in from Class 1, Merritt Moss. From Class 2, Haley Halverson. And then Class 3, Hadley Rosenbaum. Our second place from Class 1, Brody Hoyer. From Class 2, Braley Claveringa, and from Class 3, Taylor Halverson.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for inviting me down here today. It's been a privilege. I mean, to look at steers like this and to know the amount of effort that went into them, and to know how hard it is to raise them, to make them look like this, it's pretty humbling. And I'm just really glad to be here. And there's 3 excellent candidates here. I will, at this time, I think we should give all of them a big round of applause for all their efforts, if you would, please. And at this time, I'll go ahead and select our champion steer.
Our champion steer, Market Steer, was exhibited by Hadley Rosabone with their Class 3 winner. Our reserve champion steer was exhibited by Haley Halverson with her second Class 2 steer. We will now be bringing in our champion and reserve champion Market Heifer for the choosing of the overall market beef.
Okay, at this time, I will go ahead and pick your champion market animal overall, and then I'll turn around and pick your reserve. And again, thank you for everything and appreciate being here, and excellent set of cattle. I've been told this is probably the last year it'll be here. Is that, wow, that's kind of historical, I guess. I guess so. In agriculture, buildings get tired, and what do we do? You know, but all the best to Sioux County, and thanks for having me here. And I will pick your champion overall market animal and then your reserve. Thank you.
Exhibiting our overall champion market beef was Hadley Rosenbaum. Our overall reserve champion was Haley Halverson. Let's give TJ a real warm thank you from Sioux County with a round of applause. Entering the ring next, we have our Bucket Battle Calf Show. We have two classes for this. Austin Roars is our judge for our Bucket Battle Calf, and he will be talking to the kids and giving us an explanation as to what all is involved with our Bucket Bottle Calf projects.
All right, well, welcome to the Bottle Bucket Calf. Welcome to the Bottle Bucket Calf Show. I've been here for a couple years now, and I've gotten to interview all these kids here this morning. It was certainly a pleasure. I really enjoyed the time looking through their record books and just talking to each one of these young exhibitors about their projects. I said it last year, and I'll say it again. You know, these exhibitors are kind of the backbone in the future of the Sioux County Beef Show. So really, really great job across the board in here. I didn't go through this year and check every individual knot, but keep working on your 4-H knots. That's really, really critical for you to have projects in the future, being able to tie them up and untie them very efficiently. All of these kids really did a nice job in their interviews, like I said, and truthfully, I think it comes down to some really, really nitty-gritty things to select the two individuals in this ring that will come back to be in contention for your champion bottle bucket calf. But again, congratulations to all of you guys. You've done a tremendous job. I really look forward to hopefully seeing you back here next year with fat cattle or a breeding heifer or a cow calf, whatever that may be. But I really push you and try to persuade you into continuing these projects, because this is just the start of the learning curve in the beef industry. Once you can keep an animal alive and cared for well, there's a lot of potential in the future. So congratulations to all of you guys. I'm going to go shake the hands of the two exhibitors that I want to come back after the next class. But all of you guys were rock stars. You did a really good job.
In our first class of the first year bucket bottle calves, first place went to Megan Willinga and second to Caleb Rosaboom. The rest received blues. Colton Wardcheese, Jonas Fetters, Bella Vargason held, Clint Rosaboom, Alex Aberson, Taya Post, and Madison Kelderman. We will now be bringing in our second class of bucket bottle calves.
All right, you guys probably you all heard what I said in the last class, but I'm just going to reiterate it again here. I think all of you have done a really tremendous job. I enjoyed talking with you in our interviews today, and I think I learned just as much from you guys and your projects as you maybe learned from me. So again, congratulations getting them to the fair here today. They all look good, and I think they all showed really well for you guys. I also just want to mention that a lot of this is still hinged on your records and those workbooks that you put together, and so don't lose sight of that during this project. I know the showing at the fair and the daily chores is probably a little more fun, but that's all a part of the learning process with this project is knowing just how that calf is eating and knowing exactly what he weighs and all those sorts of things. So continue to focus on that just as much as the daily care. I think it's really close in this group. I bet I could go 4 or 5 of you deep, and really the differences in your record books and your showmanship is pretty thin. So it's very close and competitive. I think you probably all should just get purple ribbons for how stout this class is. But again, congratulations to all of you. I'm going to hold back 2 of you to come back in, but just know that you all have done a really, really tremendous job.
In our second class of first-year bucket battle classes, our first place went to Ashlyn Baker, and our second, Reed Willinga. Now we are bringing in our first and second from the first class, and we'll be choosing our champion and reserve.
So I grew up in O'Brien County, and our Bottle Bucket Calf show has always been a pretty big deal. And I really do think it's a tremendous opportunity to get these kids just started in the right direction. So I like to see all the numbers, and again, I hope that a lot of these calves come back again next year, just so you can continue to learn and develop these projects. I would also just recommend that all of the exhibitors that were here today, just take note, because the little things that you're learning with these projects really add up over time. So congratulations again to everyone. I know that not every Bottle Bucket Calf show you pick per se a grand champion and a reserve champion, but I think the kids that stood out in my mind should be recognized for their efforts, and so that's what I'm going to do here today. I just want to recognize the ones that I felt like excelled in their interviews, and I thought they really just did a meticulous job keeping records on these bottle calves. So without any more being said, I'm going to go select your champion bottle calf and your reserve champion bottle calf, and just know that you all did a really fantastic job. Congratulations.